Okay, we're now live. And today, that's going to drive me crazy. I got to go in and fix that. All right, this is Tessa. Welcome to my channel. Today I have with me Abigail Ford, the author, and she will, in a few moments, do her introduction. Her channel is in the description below. You can go to her channel. And I'm Tessa. I usually write short stories and poetry. I'm a blogger, long time, 10 years now, blogging. And so I have a lot of stories in my blogs. I got 3 blogs. I've got a lot of stuff in there. I haven't published a book, but I have published nonfiction articles on bipolar. That's my one claim to fame. And right now I'm working on my NaNoWriMo project. It's a rewrite of my July camp project. I wrote a thriller and I am rewriting it, totally changing it. And so I'm a nano rebel. I did not start with a complete fresh novel. So basically that's all I can think of for me. So I'm going to have Abigail go ahead and introduce herself.
Hey guys, it's Abigail. The description, she's kind enough to put it in there. And I just published a fantasy book 2 months ago now, and the 3rd book is published now. So I'm very excited about that. I am doing a lot. I'm hearing myself.
I just realized I had StreamYard on. I mean, I had YouTube on behind me. That's what was doing that. Sorry about that.
I was like, oh, I'm so loud.
Yeah, I thought maybe it was the mic issue again, but no, I had, oh gee. I don't even know where Discord is at the moment. Go ahead and continue your thing, and let me see if I can find Discord.
Okay. Yeah, so I haven't been on YouTube that much because my personal life has been a little bit insane, but I'm happy to be back and hopefully coming out with a day or so. So that's exciting. Yeah.
I do apologize. I'm on a notification page. I turned them off, but that's not working. When I apologize. Aha, okay. My name. Is it my name or the settings? I'm sorry, Abigail. Settings?
What are you talking about?
To put busy so we can stop all these notifications.
Yeah, if you go on Discord and it's at the bottom left where your name and profile picture is.
Yeah.
Click on your profile picture, it'll pop up a little bar that says different, like status things, and you can press do not disturb.
All right. Now I'm going to figure out how I go back out there again. All right. Copy. That was what I wanted. Do not disturb. Okay.
Okay, I just see you did it. You did it. So you should.
Did I do it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
Hello, Stephanie.
All right. Great. All right. Hi, Stephanie. I was just having a problem with Discord, so hopefully now that'll stop. Whoever that was nonstop.
That
They
almost
were
was.
busy. That was busy. I'm like, holy cow. I don't like notifications anyhow. So hopefully that will stop that. Okay. So I kept interrupting. Did you get your intro in all right?
I got it in.
Okay. All right, good. And like I said, the link to her channel is in the description below. Yeah, I've noticed you haven't been around. Nice to see you too.
I haven't been around either, so
Yeah, I have noticed you haven't been around. I know you said you were kind of busy, so
yeah, I
I was
actually just moved. So
so that does take a lot of time, yeah. Getting settled in and everything. So
mhm.
I'm glad you took the time at least to come on and co-host for me.
Oh yeah. And then we didn't
Okay.
have internet after we moved in for a while, so that was great.
uh, yeah, I've been here 2.5 years, so it's not the best place in the world, but it's a roof over my head, so can't complain.
Yes, indeed.
Well, I guess we can go ahead and start our first sprint. What length do you guys want to do? I'm kind of a 30-minute person, but we do not have to do 30 minutes.
I
You
like
know,
30 minutes.
you like 30 minutes? Okay. I like getting into something. I feel like the others are so short. I'm no sooner getting started and then the timer's going off.
I
So,
agree.
all right, we'll set it up for 30 minutes then. I have no fancy timers. I'm sorry. I'm just using, I don't want to throw, not even sure how to find them. And I have enough trouble without throwing something else in the mix. So I'm going to stick with my little Google timer. Oh, I got to share. I always forget that part. Share screen. Okay. Let's see. Timer. Share. Okay. Oh, right. We'll do it on the large. I have to reset it on the small one. All right, we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And Megan, YouTube isn't very reliable. Nice to see you. We just did the first sprint. All right. So we've got Megan now. We've got Devin. Hi, Devin. Anybody else I missed? Jennifer's here. That was very good. That was nice of you. Yeah. Didn't get that much from YouTube. I don't get them anymore. It tells me about mine after I'm done. Not that it matters. I mean, I know about mine, but it is kind of weird that it sends a notification later on. But I'm not getting other notifications. Even if I press send me a notification, I don't get them. So glad everybody made it. That was our first sprint. I actually am working on my story Bible. I figure I need to get all this information in one place because I got tons of papers and I'm busy sorting through them and it's driving me crazy. So I said I was going to create a story Bible. So that's what I'm trying to do now. So maybe I can just look in one spot because my document is littered with bracketed areas that need info, but I can't remember what it is, and I have to search through the document each time. So I plan on getting that story Bible put together, and it'll have that information in it. I may not be world building, which is why they say they use them a lot for world building. I can't talk, but I am going to work on putting that together and having all the information, even all it's all fictional. So it's still the state of New Jersey, but I want everything fictional. So I have to look everything up and make sure it's not a real place. So, hi, Glory. Nice to see you. So yeah, that's what I spent my time doing. And how about you, Abigail? What did you get?
I actually got some journaling done. I haven't journaled in way too long, and so I was like, I think I'm going to do that.
That's good. Laura was doing that the other night, and she showed us part of her journal, and it was so fancy, and stickers and pictures and everything included in with her words. It was really a nice looking journal. The pages were nice looking. So when I journal, whenever I feel like it's usually just a simple document, but it looks so much fun having all that stuff in there. So that's good. So, do you do yours? Do you make yours fancy?
No, not at
You just
all.
write. You just
Yeah,
write too. Okay. All right. I know some people do fancy, some people don't.
yeah.
Okay.
I don't have time for that, unfortunately. It's not a priority.
No, no. Right. Anybody in this stream get anything? We had a few come in during, I know. So I don't know if anybody got anything done.
Hi, Glory. Jennifer, I write, well, I write single comics, but my latest has been and I just published one 2-ish months ago.
She's also got a Discord.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty new, right? You just started that? Fairly new?
Posted it on Instagram, but it's been around for a while.
Oh, okay.
It actually got really officially put out there when I did the book launch. I was part of it. As if you want a place to talk about my book while you're reading it and stuff, then that's where people have gone. But yeah, I haven't posted about it on Instagram yet until just like last week.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw the thing, and so I went ahead. I figured I'd already joined Discord. Not that I know what I'm doing on it, but I have Discord. I just found out. I mean, I had a heck of a time. I couldn't sign in. It kept telling me you have to claim your address, and it had a big orange banner across the top. And I'm like, I am. What are you talking about? And I tried to sign in, and it was giving me trouble. So somebody told me to sign out and start over. Well, I didn't. I was afraid to because it was at least working somewhat. But I finally did sign out, and then when I signed back in, all my troubles went away. So they were right. Signing out and signing back in was the answer. Okay, let's see. So Meg is asking Glory how she's feeling today. Glory is working on Monday's live stream graphics. Okay. Jennifer ended up fighting with Scrivener for most of that sprint. I haven't even tried Scrivener yet.
I haven't tried Scrivener, but I've typically I have had times where I've just spent the whole sprints fighting with whatever document I'm working on, whatever software.
Yeah, well, because I had to get a new computer, I couldn't use anything. Whether it was I prefer Word, but even Google Docs, nothing. I couldn't type. It was just no memory left in there, so nothing would move. And I'd be sitting there typing, and I type fast, and my brain is like typing, and then I look, and it's like there's nothing there, and then it was hard because my mind wanted to go, but it wasn't going. So.
It wasn't keeping up with you.
Wasn't no, it was. I was. That's part of the reason I got so frustrated. I finally ended up buying a new computer. Lori says to Megan, I'm still feeling slightly yucky, but thanks for asking. I'm sorry to hear that. Megan says, I'm sorry you're still feeling yucky, but I'm glad you're feeling better. And Jennifer, it's amazing when it lets you in. Talking about Scrivener. I don't have it on this computer yet. I had it, but I never learned it, so I never used it. So I need to actually put it on this computer, and then I need to learn how to use it. And there's a couple videos out there that give you fairly basic knowledge of Scrivener, and then some I think that are like intermediate. So I figure what I'm going to do is I'm going to set my Chromebook up on YouTube on the channel with the directions, and then I'm going to open Scrivener on my computer, and then I can follow along, because I was trying to write notes, and then I couldn't read the notes when I went back, and it's like, I'm going to try following along on YouTube. I got the, I got this Chromebook, so I can do it that way. So that's what I think I'm going to do. When? I don't know. Right now, I'm using YouTube. Right now, I'm using Microsoft's Word. Okay. So now we need to think about our next sprint, and I need to watch my time here. So Jennifer says, I know I don't use it to its full capacity at all. It just keeps me organized. Yeah, it's supposed to have a lot of stuff to it that you can use, so that's good. We did 30 last time, but if we can't possibly do two 30s, so we'd probably be better off maybe doing 25 so that there's time in between. So because Abigail has to leave in an hour and 12 minutes. So let's switch to a 25. We're going to switch to 25, Jennifer, for now, because I have to keep my time watch for Abigail's when she leaves, and then we can switch to whatever you want to do. So we're going to do 25. So go ahead. She likes to set up trees. So if you're interested in planting trees, she'll put a code in there, and you can go ahead and set up your forest app if you have it. You don't have to, but I gotta find it. What did I do? Did something in forest app. It's up here now. Everything moved. Okay. All right. There's the code for anyone who's interested in joining the forest app. Here we go again. Did I do it wrong, or did I did it wrong? No. What did I do? No. Sorry, everybody. I can't see. I got these glasses, but I can't see.
You want me to read it to you?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
Just tell me when.
Go ahead.
Okay. 5, 2, J, Y, Q, Q, 2.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have these. The doctor won't give me new glasses because my diabetes is out of control, and he says, "Your son's giving you glasses now because it'll change." So I'm still struggling with the glasses I have. So Jennifer says, "I forgot to do my 180 minutes last night." For those of you who do the Forest app and don't know, you can set it before you go to bed for 180 minutes. And if you wake up in the middle of the night, you can set it for another 180 minutes. And it racks up the number of points. And that's what I do. And I am, they're racking up pretty fast that way. So that's a nice long time. And, I'm being productive. I'm sleeping. I mean, you have to sleep, right? It's productive. All right. So let's get this, share the screen. Timer. 5 minutes. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Hello, Spence. I guess you heard we just finished our estimate. Nice to see you here. Jennifer forgot to do her 180 last night. Then it shows a pie graph of your activities, and I rest way too much. I don't know if mine shows resting or what it shows. I don't know how to change all that stuff. Okay, well, I'm still working in the Story Bible. Sorting this information out is a little complicated, but once I get it done, hopefully this will be a lot easier than trying to figure out what paper it's on and what it should be, because I'm putting all the information in there for each person. So that's good. Let me stop the screen here. How did you do, Abigail?
I did well. I finished up journaling and then moved on to sending some messages and
Good. So you finished your journaling. That's a good thing. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So how did we do in the chat? Oh. Ooh. So let's see here. Jennifer got 819. Felt like she was moving so slowly. But 819 in 25 minutes is really a very good number. You weren't moving slowly. Because we only did 25 minutes. Well, that's good. Very good. Lori says she's still working on graphics and YouTube description. Okay, that's good. Megan got 193 words. That's good. Good job. I mean, I guess technically I can count the words I'm writing in my story Bible. I haven't been. I guess I could. I'm writing them.
It's hard to count the ones you did by hand. I mean, and 2 pages.
Yeah.
Really big pages.
Laura's here. Hi, Laura.
Good to see you.
She's shouting at Abigail. Spence is editing a personal essay about the time my friends and I toppled a lunchroom. Not sure about that word. Oligarchy in the 8th grade.
Wow, that sounds interesting.
Yeah, I'm sure it got some interesting consequences too. Megan says hi at Laura. And Jennifer says hi at Laura. Devin says, the lovely Laura. So it seems like people got things done. I need to get back to my story, but I also need to do this. So I'm kind of like torn. I'll probably stop soon because it's kind of boring trying to go through all the notes and compile, something for each character, because I didn't do character notes or pages or whatever. Some people I know get carried away with, what they felt at a certain age and how it affected them in their current. I don't do all that. This is just information that I need, on current information that I might need in the story. That's all I'm putting in there. I really don't care what happened in their childhood that may now affect them, because it's not really affecting them in my stories. So let's see. So Laura says hello, all. And Megan says, where are you filming, Abigail? It's not your usual location.
I just moved, so still working on the
It's true. It's definitely not your usual location, but of course, if you moved, you haven't had time to set up a new room or whatever yet. So
yeah, no. I mean, I kind of used to have it like this. I mean, I was thinking about having it like this, but in the day, this is so bright that it affects the lighting, and you can't really see me.
I had that problem when I was facing the other way with the other computer, and because this side of me, I'll never get that down. It's the opposite. Never get that down. Is the wall with the windows in it. I can't do anything about that, and the computer's where it is, and it was like trying to stream over here if it's still daylight, and I'm like, well, streaming over to my right. And that's still going to confuse me. But yeah, the windows were behind me. So the same problem. They look nice, except when it's sprayed out and it messes everything up. So I had my Chromebook like turned as far as possible to just kind of, take the glare out of the back until the sun went down and I could move it. But now I'm facing the opposite way. I'm facing a different wall. The windows are to my left now. It's also, I think, dark at this point. Anyhow, so it doesn't really matter, but it doesn't affect it as much. But when I first started, I was all washed out and I didn't know what to do. So I went to StreamYard's help and asked them about what to do, and they helped me set my screen to take that glare off, because I looked almost like a ghost. I mean, the background looked fine, but the glare coming off the whiteness of the screen made me look white. And I tried different lightings and it just didn't seem to matter. So they had to turn the brightness down on my screen, and that definitely worked.
That's
So That says that looks like a room for police interrogations.
I know. I noticed when I was facing like this way that the wall looked kind of just super gray, but it's not a gray color at all. It's like a bluish green. So lighting's weird.
But it looks nicer with something behind you than that plain old blank wall. Megan said, nice, moving is fun. And clarifies that with sometimes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's fun once it's done, but this was kind of a doozy. So
I moved a lot, and it's exciting when you're first doing it, and when you start to work, it's not so much fun anymore. And Devin said it did until she moved the camera, which is true. I like the background much better that way.
now it's dark, I can actually do it.
Yeah, it's dark now, right? So that's good. So, let's see. We have half an hour. So I think we're going to have to drop this this sprint down to 20 minutes. So we still have a few minutes after it. So, Jennifer, 20 minutes. If you're still here. Sometimes sitting here and talking to somebody and they're not there. If you're there, please set one for 20 minutes. If not, we won't do it. I can do it, but I'm not that worried about it. It's such a short time.
She says she's here.
Oh, you can see that? See, there's a lag.
There's a lag on, I can't see it on StreamYard, but I have it. And so that's,
Okay, yeah. You know, I popped that out. You told me about that. All right. In the night, and now I can pop it out, but I can never find it after I pop it out. So I don't know what to do.
it should be just not in another tab.
I think I think because when I looked earlier, it was attached to my Chrome, but I didn't realize it. So I didn't do it this time, and now I think that's probably what happened. Is it was attaching itself to Chrome, so would have to click on that too in order to open it up, but I didn't know that. So, all right, there's the room. Set up. Anybody that wants to join is welcome. Not at that time. Oh, that's a pretty mushroom. Okay, I'll give you a minute or so, and then we're going to start the timer. If you want to join the room. I know somebody else did join last time. Sure. All right. You got until I set up the timer. I'm going to share the screen now. Start the process. And we're doing 20 minutes. And we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All righty. Here we are. Okay. So we had two people join us that time. Both Nikki and Charlie showed up. Welcome. And I'm still working on the story Bible, though I'm getting mighty tired of it and confused. They thought it would make things easier. I'm not so sure. Uh, it'll be okay once it's done. It's just getting all the information together. It's all over the place on different notes and remembering the inner relationship of the people. Because, you know, some of the characters are actually related. So that makes, you know, a little bit harder keeping that straight. So, let me get the screen out of the way. Now, did you do Abigail?
I did well. I used that time to catch up on some messages and then watch half of the video. So
There you go. That's good. How about those of you in chat? How did you guys do? Oh. I may stop the story Bible just to get a break from it.
Yeah,
it is
quite tedious work. So it's good to take a creative break.
Yeah, so, all right, so Jennifer saying hello. And then we've got, Megan says, I got 62 words at a time. I was distracted by the boyfriend playing Assassin's Creed, the newest one. Distraction. But you still got some words written, so that's good. Lori says hi to our newcomers. Charlie said he started making tea and work on this video thing that I don't know why I'm doing. Well, if you don't know why, nobody else was going to know why. There must have been a reason why you started it anyhow. Let's put it that way. Glory is still working on Monday's live stream. Okay. And Jennifer got 32 words. Her cat pulled her away from the computer.
Then something was very protective.
That's pretty funny because normally she gets a lot of words done on the sprint. So the cat pulling her away, you know, only 32 words is pretty unusual for her. Nikki says hi to all of us. So hi back, Nikki. Thanks for joining. And Charlie, you all will know, but I'm just at a loss with it. I'm sure you'll get it figured out eventually. Jennifer says, what a waste. I almost fell asleep. Oh my goodness. Animals. That's the one thing I don't have to distract me. I'm falling asleep. I can do that quite well. Still waiting on my sleep study and the CPAP, but I haven't gotten it yet. So I am liable to fall asleep right in the middle of streaming. And I try not to because I don't want to do that. Of course, that would be not a very good thing to have happen. But sometimes I find myself starting to doze off. I'm like, wake up, you know. But if I sit down, but even if I'm not, I mean, I'm afraid to drive because I'll just fall asleep. So, well, we've got a few minutes left. I guess you can go ahead and give your outro and where your book is available so people can go look for it if they would like to.
Sure. I can try to wing an outro. Thanks for having me, Tessa. It was lovely as always. My name is Abigail Ford, if you don't know, and I have a YouTube channel which I do writerly things on, and I should have a new video coming out here in a couple days. And I think Tessa said that that is down in the description, so you can find me there. And I did
Yeah,
just
put your channel down there.
awesome. And then I did just publish my first in a fantasy series on Amazon, and it's under the name Abigail Ford, and the book is called The Dark Castle. And yeah, and my Instagram is author_Abigail.
Yes, some names there's a lot of, and some people have to get pretty, different with their names. Nicole has a hard name. I noticed when I went looking for her. It's like, oh my gosh, there's a ton of Nicole Swansons. So it makes it hard. There's several Tessa names, but they're not related in any way to writing, so I wasn't too worried about that. But yeah, there's some names that I've had to see people get pretty creative with how they created their username.
Mm-hmm.
Well, me, I wasn't even thinking about it at the time. I just made mine's just Tessa Writes Full Time. That was all I did. And I wasn't using a pen name at that time, so I was only using Tessa so when I created that Instagram. But it still works because I'm still using Tessa. So anyhow, I loved having you on here. I hope to have you on again soon. It was a good time. And so I know you said you wanted to do just the 2 hours. So we are at the 2-hour mark. I will continue for those of you who still want to continue. But, Abigail wanted to leave at 2 hours, and that is fine.
Yep, I gotta go eat.
That's something you got to do. So.
Yeah. All right.
No.
Thanks.
All right, you're welcome. Bye.
Bye. Bye, everybody.
No, Nicole, I'm not ending my stream now. It's just that Abigail had to leave at the 2-hour mark. You're welcome, Lori. I personally will be streaming for a while longer still. Don't know how long, but for a while longer. But like I said, Abigail had to go with 2 hours, so I had to adjust the stream. That's why we did shorter sprints too, because we usually do 30-minute sprints, unless there's an objection from someone, which I take into account. They do listen to the people in the stream. So we're going to set up another stream. So think about how long you want. Do you want to go back to the 30 or whatever? And Jennifer says she's might be distracted because she's watching the ID channel in the background, whatever that is. So she's a little bit distracted right now. She may not be doing her normal writing. Megan, I don't know what that means. Oh, your dog was typing. Gotcha. Sorry, my dog was typing. Okay. I'm like, that's something I'm not familiar with. Jennifer says my cat likes to type. Yeah, she has done that before. I used to have a cat that did that. Jennifer met Megan. True crime. I should have known. True crime. Of course it's true crime. Jennifer and her true crime. Yes, she writes romance stories. She doesn't write crime stories. So anyhow, okay, next stream. How long would you like to go for? And we can go back to 30 now because I don't have to watch out for my time. I had to keep that because she wanted to leave at 2 hours. So I had to really watch and figure out how much time I needed. Megan says, I'm getting lamb and steak kebabs for dinner. Yum, I can't wait to eat it. Ah, sounds delicious. I had a frozen, well, it wasn't frozen, it was refrigerated, but I had a meal. Ugh. I'm so sick of the same old thing, it isn't funny. I think I have stuff to make a sandwich with. That's probably what I'll do later, is make a sandwich. I do have some ice cream, though, so I can eat ice cream. um, Jennifer says, since I'm writing romance, I should switch channels. Back to the Hallmark, young lady. Back to Hallmark. That's what she's usually writing, to romance in the Hallmark channels. All right. Jennifer's down with 30. I figured she would be. That's our normal. Anyone else object to 30? So far, I don't see any objections. So go ahead and set the tree up. Megan doesn't object. Okay, set the tree up for 30 minutes. Jennifer usually does it, Nikki. So as long as she's here and still wants to do it, I mean, she's the one that usually does it. If she wants to give it up, that's up to her. But she does usually do it. She has a lot of trees to choose from, so I usually just let her do it. No, it's okay. You didn't know. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. But it's kind of, if she's here all the time, and if you were here all the time, of course you would know that. And you're not, since you're not here all the time, you don't know that is, something that Jennifer usually takes care of. So she's put the code in there for anybody that wants to join. I invariably type it wrong every time. See if it lets me in. Got it this time. Okay, watermelon. All right, you got a couple minutes to get your code in the room if you're going to enter. If not, I'm going to get ready to set the timer up. Jennifer says you can do the next one, Nikki, because she doesn't mind as long as she gets coins. So if you guys want to do that, that's fine. You can take turns if you want. Very nice. Okay, so hopefully everybody this one to win is in. Let me get the timer up. Share the right thing. Got several things open because I'm doing research. All right, we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. Well, get that off of there. And I haven't been putting the banners up. I always forget one thing or the other. Never fails. All right, we're sprinting. All right, see you guys in a little while. Hey, Jennifer, if you're there, you didn't start the room. Jennifer? She might have stepped away. Oh, I think I just heard it. There it goes. All right, thanks. muted again. I'm muted again. Sorry. Thank you, Nikki. I have a bad habit of doing that. Let me get the camera back. Oh, dear. Okay. So, well, everybody knows that Megan went to dinner, which is normal. Especially when she's got such a good dinner waiting for her, I would be going to. I ate a sandwich while I was doing that last sprint. So, and we'll just let this thing run while we're talking. So that's okay. Once it runs out, we can start. And we'll have a new person doing it because Nikki's taking it. Jennifer says she still managed to get 739. There is that. And that is a good number. Very good. Despite the distraction and the little bit of mix up there. And Nicole got 16 words that time. Okay, well, that's still better than nothing. Please do not get down on yourself. I don't know how you feel. Some people get really upset when they don't get a lot of words. But you know what? Even one word is progress. So please, you know, that's good. You did 16 words. That's 16 more words than you had last time. And that is very good. I personally am still working on that story Bible, and I don't know whether I want to keep doing that or not because it is a lot harder than I realized. Putting all that info into a chart I created. And, you know, once it's there, it'll be great, but putting it together is a lot harder than I realized. So if I decide to write another story, I will try to make sure I do that before I get in the middle of my story and decide to put it together. That was, I didn't think about it when I first started the story, so I didn't get it done, and then I kept putting it off and putting it off. And now that I have to go back in my document and look for and fill a lot of information in, I have bracketed areas where info needs to go. It'll be nice having it on one sheet and not have to keep fumbling through pieces of paper that are all over the place and whatnot. Oh, there's Charlie popped in with, yes, story Bibles are so important. And yes, I agree, but doing it now was very difficult. So right now it's a little bit crazy because the papers are all over my desk. And I'm trying to find all the information. And then to top it off, I changed everybody's names. So I've got everything in the old names. So I got to find the papers with the new names. I mean, it's been a mess. So I don't know if I'm going to continue on or start writing for a while. But we'll see. Nikki says I'm on 29,156 words, and today I should have been on 35,007 words. Okay, so you're a little behind, but that doesn't mean that you cannot catch up. If you have the time, you can keep writing. If you don't have the time, maybe another day will work out better for you. I try to keep ahead. I try not to go for just the minimum amount of words. That way, if something does come up, I'm not falling behind. So, you know, just keep plugging at it. You still have, what are we on the 21st? You still got over a week. So, it is possible to catch up if you've got the time. I don't know what your schedule's like. But if you have the time, you can still catch up. So just keep plugging at it. Don't give up. Charlie is exporting a video thingy. Video thingy. I love it when people talk like that. That's the way I talk. Thingies, thingamabobs, you know, that kind of stuff. Good job. Exporting takes so much time. Jennifer says I'm at the same spot That's Nicole Swanson. Okay. Well, you heard what I just said, so I'm not going to repeat it. You most likely heard what I just said. The mute's not on at the moment. Jeez. I do that so many times. That's why I don't like to mute myself, because I know that's going to end up happening. I forget to unmute. Just keep plugging away. I mean, I don't know what you're counting for your nano project. I mean, me, I would count the stories I'm writing for your ghostwriting. I would count that as writing too. I don't know if you're counting a separate document or if you're counting them or what, but you know, I would count them. I'm a nano rebel, so I would count them. Nicole says she needs 5,851 words for today. Okay, that's not impossible, Nikki. I don't know how fast you type. I don't know how much time you have left today, but it's not impossible. It is possible. The night I streamed for like 9 hours, I had well over 4,000, close to 5,000 words for that day. And that wasn't even typing as fast as I sometimes do. Depends on whether or not I'm editing along the way. So just keep plugging away at it. Don't give up. Jennifer Mooney, that's an ideal goal. I have a few projects this week that I love to be ahead on. Just keep working on them. And like I said, I don't stop. Nano says you need 1,667 words a day to win on day 30. So that's the minimum. But I never stop at the minimum. I just keep on writing as much as I can get in. And I usually do get several thousand for the day. So I'm scheduled to win here shortly. Because I continue to write. Pretty soon here, I might switch back over, like I said, so I can get more words in. But I'm kind of counting the words. I'm putting in the story Bible because I'm typing them. And like I said, since I'm a rebel, as far as I'm concerned, everything counts. Nicole says to me, yeah, I did. Not sure what we're talking about. I lost track of that conversation. But if you did what I told you, that's good. Not that I'm perfect. I don't know everything. You don't have to listen to me. Unless I said something smart, then listen to me. Jennifer says, I am. I think I already hit the 50K. Well, congratulations. Good going. I'm going to be right behind you because I'm almost there. Jennifer says, I just want to be ahead of these deadlines, but it is a holiday next week. Ooh, yeah, the holiday. I keep getting the holiday. It's not being celebrated for me, so it's not a big deal. Like, I'm not even really thinking about it. Normally, I would go to my sister's and, I'd be looking forward to it. Well, this year, I'm not invited, and I understand why. Because of the social distancing, we're not, even my own family, we don't spend a lot of time together because of, we don't want to take the chance. So, it's just the way it is. I told her I understood. I wasn't taking it personal. I'm not upset about it. Going to our house is hard for me anyhow, so I don't have to do it. I always felt that I had to. And now, she took that off of my shoulders. So I know she's feeling bad, and I tried to assure her as much as I could that it's not a problem. but I know she's feeling bad. I can't do anything but tell her it's okay. You can't do anything else. Nikki says, I'm working on the first book in my trilogy. Okay, cool. Trilogy. I've never written, I've never really written a novel, really written a novel, let alone a trilogy. I don't even know how. So I give you a lot of kudos for attempting a trilogy, your first one. Or have you written one before? Maybe I'm assuming that you haven't written. Maybe you have written one before. I'm assuming you didn't. Yeah. Nikki says to me, you asked if I heard you, and I said, yes, I did. Oh, okay. Sometimes these comments lag, and by the time I get them, I have no clue what we're talking about. And I'm sorry about that. Gee. Jennifer says, you know, that's a monthly deal for me. Yeah, I do know that, unfortunately. uh, Jennifer says, I hate this pandemic. I am missing out on a fun outdoor movie night. I just think there will be too many other people there. Yeah. Like I said, my family's already canceled Thanksgiving and Christmas. Not taking a chance. We only get together every now and then when something needs to be done. Like, they'll come help me if I need something. But like, my daughter came the other night to put the computer together for me. She got delivered to her house, because delivering it here, it's liable to develop legs and walk away. So I had it delivered to her house, and she came and brought her daughter, one of her children, over. So I got a chance to see them. And, you know, I don't get to see them often now because of this pandemic. And it is hard. But then again, I don't want to be sick. My dad has already had it. Now, we were lucky. He was asymptomatic and did not get very sick. So we were lucky in that case. Unfortunately, the nursing home has it again. And since they have an employee there who's had it second time, there's a possibility you could get sick again. It's not just a one time and you're done thing. It is possible to get it again. So I worry about him. He's 88 years old, but he's struggling. He's pretty healthy for 88-year-old. He wants to die, as he tells us all the time. Like, I want to die and be with my wife. My mom's already passed. And my sister says, you're too ornery and you want it too bad. You're not going anywhere for any time soon. So just face it. You're here for the, for who knows how much longer you're here. So, you know, it's like, it's kind of true in a way. You know, he wants it so bad that it's just the opposite. So Jennifer says, more to the point, my daughter is missing out on a lot of things. That makes me anxious. We haven't seen these friends for a long time. And yes, I feel really bad about the kids, all those children that didn't get their graduations, their proms, things that we grew up with. Who would have thought that this would have happened? And they'd miss out on so much. My granddaughter had her 8th grade graduation, and so because they couldn't have it, they put together a video and had, you know, all the people say something on the video. That's what my daughter did. I don't, for our family. I don't know what each family did. Some may have done their own thing. I think that I don't think she was doing everybody, just our family. So, you know, she did a nice little video thing for each of us. And I wrote a poem and put on there. And she showed me the video, and it was nice. But it's not the same thing. They didn't get a chance. You know, 8th grade may not be the same as the 12th grade, you know, your senior year. But still, you know, it's still a pretty big thing for these kids to have that graduation, you know. She didn't get it. And of course, there's no dancing and the sports. She's big into sports. They did have some sports. I don't know how my daughter felt about that with, you know, the possibility of the kids getting sick. But it was field hockey, so they're not really close all the time. But they did just close the school again. So the kids are out of school again. They're back on, you know, online schooling. And she works in the school, so she's not working either, although she is getting paid, thankfully. Jennifer says, we keep talking about all the holiday events that we used to go to, and I forget that it changed this year. I hope this stops next year. Yeah, me too. This is like, you know, something different, but who knows what's going to happen next year? We don't know yet. And, you know, things that we were used to every year just aren't happening. And it's really a shame. Jennifer says, I think the 8th grade promotion is a big deal. It is. It is. I mean, depending on the school you go to, it may not be 8th grade. My son's was 6th grade, but, you know, hers was 8th grade. And so the parents got together and did as much as they could to try to, you know, have a little something for them anyhow. So Jennifer says it's right up there with high school, and I love what the school did for mine. That's cool. I'm glad. I know. I don't remember them doing that. Remember, I'm a lot older than you guys. I don't remember them doing that when I was in school. I don't remember. I don't remember. And that doesn't mean that there wasn't something. My memory, unfortunately, is really going, but I don't remember anything like that happening back when I was in school. Yes, I graduated my senior year. And you know what? It's even hard for me to remember that at this point in my life. I remember being in the band, so things were a little bit different than everybody else because I was in the band. Pretty sure I played that night, but I still had my time to walk down and get my diploma. So, all right. Well, our tree is planted, so now we're ready whenever we want to start another sprint. We can, because that's done. Excuse me. But I do feel sorry, especially even, I mean, the high school was bad enough, but then there's all those, you know, seniors in college, which is another big milestone, and they didn't get to graduate. And I just feel so bad. And prom was a big thing. There were no proms, you know, and or regular school dances, nothing. So this has been a lousy year, and I hope next year is better. Jennifer says, I don't remember it either. Not walking across the stage and all of that like they do now. We were outside. This is what I remember. We were outside, divided into 2 groups, and we walked down the middle to where they had a setup of people and, you know, the microphone for the speeches, and everybody walked down that middle, the middle aisle to then walk across the front to, I don't know, they did something on one side, and then you picked up somebody's They didn't technically give you your own um, whatever they call that thing. Man, my mind just went. All right. Well, Nicole's got the forest code ready, so that's good. I'll get it in a second. Diploma, because they ended up having to switch them afterwards because they just people got out of order because of whatever reason. So there was switch up at the end, afterwards to make sure you got your right one. So, and I think that happened even with my kids. So, but I don't remember a whole lot. And I wanted to write my memoirs even earlier. I did my military years as a military wife. And even then I had problems. There was a lot I forgot. But when I started trying to do my youth, I don't remember much of it. And my mother, and this was years ago, I mean, she's been gone 7 years now, and we'd have conversations, and she would be talking about all these things, and I'm like, oh my God, I don't remember any of this. And I was already having problems with my memory then. And a lot of it has to do with my fibromyalgia, and also, of course, I mean, age plays a part in there too. But the fibromyalgia, the sleep apnea, which I was already suffering with, it affects your brain. And so memories, I don't have a lot of memories. And so I'm not sure I can really do my youth, and I'm still struggling. And the second part, I did the military years. I'm struggling with the second part after that, getting things in order. It's not easy. All right, let me get this code in here. I'm sitting here talking. Let me get the code in. Okay, that worked. I'm in. Okay. So is everybody ready to start streaming? Streaming. Sprinting now? Sometimes I hate that. I forget the word I want to say. It just drives me crazy. Take this off. Okay. Everybody ready to go? We did a lot of talking there. But I think we're ready to go. Okay. The 30 minutes is fine. That's usually what we do. Is 30 minutes. Unless there's a request. If somebody says they really don't want to do it, I mean, I'm not going to force people to do it. Charlie's exporting video thingy too. Oh gosh. And time to do video thingy 3, the final. Okay, cool. I still have to load all those programs on my computer. I don't have them yet. Still have to get Scrivener on here. Not that I use it yet, but I need to get that on there. All right, I guess we're ready to go then. I'm going to set the timer now. 30 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, I'm not going to mute this time since I have such a terrible time. Hopefully my neighbor won't knock on the door. I apologize ahead of time if he does, because he does it just about every night. So if you hear a knock, I apologize. I will then mute myself, obviously. So, because you really don't want to listen to what he has to say. He's a little cuckoo. Okay. See you guys in 30 minutes. And I haven't forgotten, Nikki. I just haven't had a time to look at the dates that I have and, set up a time for you to host. So I will be getting to that and I will send it to your Instagram. So just watch for a direct message from me. Okay, back to my story Bible for now. Hi, Princessa. Nice to see you. I'm afraid you missed Abigail. She had to go after 2 hours, but we're still sprinting here. And you're very welcome to join us. Still got 21 minutes left, so there's still plenty of time. Thanks, Heather. Nice to see you. Thanks for hitting the like button. Yeah, thanks, Nikki. I always keep mine off. I have been on other other streams where trees were killed, and so. Oh, that would be great, Heather, if you can stay for a bit. Thank you. We'd love to have you. But yeah, I keep mine on off to deep focus because I don't want to be the one killing the tree. Plus, it looks so ugly in your pretty little forest with this burned out tree. Yay, Charlie. uh, that sounds like a fine idea, Heather. Hmm. I'm trying to use my brain. It's not working. Oh, good. We convinced you. Great. So welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay. So I'm still working on the story, but it's a little bit easier now that the people aren't related. The first few I had to interweave, the relations, but it's a little bit easier now without that. So I'm still doing that. Let's see. Oh, wow. A lot of. Right. So how'd you guys do? Charlie is waiting for video to export. Heather, well, that's always fun. Spence, hello, lovelies. I'm back from movie night with Mini Spence. Nice to have you here, Spence. Not sure if you've been here before or not, but if you haven't, welcome. Welcome to my channel. Movie night. I haven't seen a movie in a long time. Charlie says to Spence, hope it was a good movie. Spence says, we watched Year Without a Santa. It was very wholesome. Year Without a Santa. Sounds interesting. Oh, went backwards. Try it this way. Heather says to Spence, I just followed you on your Etsy. Okay, cool. A bunch of comments. Charlie says to Heather, this is the third time I had to make a new intro and outro because I recorded a video of the podcast. Spence says, thanks to Heather Dewey. Had it. Didn't mean to read the whole name out. I really need to get more stuff up there. Okay. Heather agrees. She says, I saw that. Spence says, I have a ton of originals I should put up, but the listing on Etsy is so tedious. Yeah, I had an Etsy shop. Funny thing is, I haven't done anything on there in years. The shop's still there, and people keep joining, and I'm like, what are you following? There's not a single thing up there at all. I don't intend to put anything in there. People are following me. Go figures. Oh my God, seriously? Heather says. Spence says, I've been trying to convince myself to make a website that I can sell my originals from and theoretically streamline the process. Yeah. And have the profits going into your account and not into Etsy's. I understand they take quite a bit out. Heather says, we were talking during Savvy's stream about websites and Etsy and the best way to sell. It was really sites that won that war. Yeah, I would definitely agree if you can do it, because Etsy, I understand, takes an awful lot of fees out. Spence says, I'm just so stingy when it comes to my own stuff. A website is my January research project. I hate the idea of spending money without any guarantees that I'll get anything back. No, there is that. You can't guarantee that anyway. All right, Nikki says she got 51 words that time. Good job. Jennifer got 820 this time. As usual, another good job. Charlie, the export is finished. Dances in spirit for the flesh is weak. Good. I'm glad to hear it's finally exported. Great. Spence, I came here after Jace's earlier, but had to dip away to do mom stuff not too long after. This is my first stream here, though. Yeah, I didn't think I had seen you here. I've seen you around, but I didn't think I had seen you on mine. Well, you're welcome here, certainly. Nicole, does anyone want the treehouse for the forest app? You can put up whatever you want to, Nikki. You get to choose. You're the one setting it up. You get to choose. So if that's what you want to do it. Heather says, by the way, suspense, the year without a Santa Claus is Mickey Rooney as Santa. Did you notice? The songs are so catchy. Oh. Jennifer says that's a cute tree to Nicole. I would say that was a yes. Like I said, you're in charge right now. You can put up whatever you want. And we'll start thinking about the next sprint. We've been doing 30 for those of you who just arrived. Usually, if anybody objects or wants a lesser time, just let us know. We'll consider it. We mostly do 30, but it's not etched in stone. We changed them for when Abigail was here. Boy, I can't talk. Was here. So let me know. And Nicole, go ahead and set up the tree or whatever it is that you want. We are doing the forest app for those of you who want to participate. You do not have to. And several of us here do it, so give Nikki time to set it up before our next sprint. So far, nobody has said no to the 30, so just go ahead and set up for 30, Nikki. I don't see any objections. Spence says to Heather, I think you're thinking of Santa Claus is coming to town. I can't help you there because I don't remember the old movies that well. I just ate, but you went, well, it's been a little while, but you would think I hadn't eaten. The way my mind is thinking, food. I'm putting the weight back on when I did lose. Not good. Because of the congestive heart failure, if I gain more than 3 pounds in a day, I'm supposed to let the doctor know. Last night it was 3 pounds. But when I look back at everything I ate yesterday, I'm not calling the doctor. I ate too much food. I don't think it was the fluid. If it keeps happening, then I'll have to call. But I just increased my water pill. It's what they're going to most likely tell me to do anyhow. For just the 3 pounds. And I know it was food because I ate way more than I should. All right, we got a forest app code here. So those of you who want to join, go ahead and put it in. Okay. Give you a couple more minutes to sign in if you want to. And then I'll start the timer. Man, I'm hungry. I can't believe this. You know it's all in my head. I'm going to end up eating something because I'm hungry. Which means I have to figure out how much insulin to give myself. The only bad part. Spence says to Heather, Spence says, Heather was right. It's totally Mickey Rooney. But I see Santa and Santa Claus is coming to town too. Okay. Heather says, no, I'm thinking of the one with the heat miser and his brother who was all about ice and their mother, Mother Nature, and Santa was sick. I'm not remembering these. Wow. Heather says maybe he was in both of them. Oh, yeah, he was. Okay. Cool. All right. I think everybody's had enough time to sign in if they want to the tree app. I'm going to set the time for 30 minutes. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So how did everyone do? I'm still in the book story Bible. It's a little bit easier not doing it when you have just single people. It's a lot easier doing it with just single people because they're not related. Earlier, I was trying to do the relationship between some of the characters, and that was a little bit harder. I'm trying to figure out now how to print it out so I can actually have it to look at rather than having to keep going back and forth to the screen. My print layout isn't quite right yet. Anybody get anything done this time? Or am I muted? I'm not muted. Sound looks okay. Sometimes this thing turns sound off on me and I don't know it. And I'm sitting there talking away. Nobody can hear me. It looks like my sound is okay. Anybody still here? There's Charlie. And somebody's still around. Charlie says the video is uploaded and processed. I am adding chapters now. It must be quite some video you're doing there, Charlie. I still have to learn how to edit videos. Right now, I just take a video and just post whatever comes up. Because I couldn't even work on trying to learn it because my computer was, not able to handle it. Now I should have plenty of memory to handle those programs once they get them loaded back up again. I have to learn how to edit. We do really minor stuff, nothing fancy. may redo the now that I'm doing one of these, it gives me an idea what I really want and don't want, and maybe I'll change it up. I mean, there's a lot of lines in there that may not be necessary in my story Bible I'm talking about that I may not need. And I'm so far already working on the characters. Hi to Mama, nice to see you. I'm afraid Abigail's gone, so you did miss Abigail, but she stayed for 2 hours and then she left. Charlie says, not really. I recorded the podcast on Twitch today, so I am uploading the video onto my channel. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure how all that works. It sounds like a lot of work. We just entered the sprint to Mama, and right now, I'm not sure, except for Charlie, no one else has said anything. So I'm not sure whether they're still here or not. I checked my sound. I think I'm still okay there. I think my sound is coming out. I don't see anything that would stop it. It's happened enough times now. I'm kind of getting used to it. Only got to sit down just now. Oh, wow. Long day, huh? You ready to write, or you're just going to relax? I've been working on a story Bible. It's just a lot of work putting together I have a ton of notes and are all over the place. I wanted to make a story Bible, so it's all together in one spot. It's a lot harder than I realized it was going to be. Once it's done, I won't have all this ton of paper hanging around me. I want to write, wondering how I'm going to stay up, but I'm also running a system scan because my PC is taking forever to boot and shut down. And that's always a problem. Whether it's booting and shutting down or trying to go the other way and start it up. Every now and then I'll have an issue with this, and I'm like, please, you cannot be having an issue. You're brand new. No issues allowed. Heather says, I got a work surface and shipping envelopes have been decided on and accumulated. There you go. That's good. You're set up and ready to start your mailing. I haven't heard from a couple of people, so I'm not sure if they've gone off to do something else and didn't hear the thing run out, or fell asleep, or exactly what. Were they logged off? Lost connection? Because I'm only seeing 3 people up there. Though I know that's not always right. And I don't dare pull up my page on the thing because it will sound through the speakers because you'll be able to hear it. I forgot to turn it off earlier when Abigail first got here. I'm trying to talk and I'm like, what is that sound? Heather says she likes my teal stuff. Thank you. Yeah, I like teal too. I think it's a very pretty color. And so I'm not a great designer, but I didn't do too bad. And I went looking for a background. And I was surprised I found the teal wood. And I kind of liked it because it gave it a surface without just being a flat color. Gave it a little bit more of a surface. Yeah, it was 3 a minute ago. It's 4 now. It's never correct though. If you go, look at your page, which on the other way, other computer, I could do it. Here, if I do it, it sounds good. But it's more accurate on your page than it is in StreamYard. StreamYard is... Yeah, I like the dark teal. I kind of got a little bit of a mixture there because I was trying to match things up as close as possible. And in some cases, they weren't exactly the same because I didn't have the piece I was working from next to it to really... Yeah, there is a wood texture to the image. Yeah, it looks like wood, and that's what I liked about it. So, of course, if my image wasn't there, we'll see if I turn it down to... It's this one. No, it's not that one. Well, you can see that it goes all the way across. But I liked the texture rather than just plain. And then I just started learning how to create what I had to create to put the piece around that goes around this whole thing. You probably can't see my finger. Well, yeah, you can't really see my finger. But like all the words at the top and down here at the bottom and the logo, all that stuff, I had to learn how to create a piece that only showed those pieces. So like, even though, like you can't show the background. It was almost like making a logo where you don't want the background to show, you just want the, the part of the logo that's the logo to show. So it's made basically the same way. So I learned how to do that, and I used Canva for everything. Pixabay, I got the wood texture background from Pixabay. They have 3 pictures, both commercial and personal use, and you don't have to accredit them if you don't want to. So I don't have to put on here, I use, this from Pixabay. They let you use the images totally free and with no accreditation and commercial use. Got to be careful with that because commercial use, some of them won't allow commercial use, but they do. Heather says, I might make my color darker. I kind of want a dark beige. Can't think of the word, like a grayish tan. Interesting. I'm not sure what that's called. Well, I had started I stayed with the teal because when I had my logo created and my channel art and everything, teal was all part of it. And so I just stayed with the teal because I like the teal, and created this myself. But I was amazed it wasn't as bad as I thought it. Two. Okay, got you, two. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So I just started making teal things. So I had the channel art done and my intro and outro. I'd have them all done on Fiverr. I had a logo, and if the logo doesn't really fit on here, on Yardstream, doesn't really fit. It's on my should be on my channel art. It's on my blog. And it's in your channel art. Ironically, mine is pinkish. Yeah, I stuck with beige. My blog site is also beige. And I used the logo that they created there. This one I just created for something to have. The one I had created by Fiverr had my name written out with a pen, and the last letter, you get a little flourish with the pen. You could see it's a pen because I wanted it to show that I was a writer, and I wasn't sure what they would come up with. But actually, he did a pretty good job with it. I was happy with it. Fiverr wasn't that bad. I lucked out. I mean, I'm sure there are people on there that are, but I did luck out with what the person two different people, but I lucked out with them. They both did what I wanted, and I was happy with it. Of course, now my tastes are changing, and I want to change it up, and I don't know if I'll do it myself or go back to Fiverr and have somebody do it for me. I've been doing it myself. That Canva's pretty easy to work with. You got the pinkish color from your blog site. You don't think I care for it. I had pink for a while. I almost went pink. I have a burgundy one that, not for this. This whole setup is in teal, but on the thumbnails and the Instagram picture I used, I did it all in also burgundy as another, so there was some different. So I created a burgundy, but that has no texture to it. It's just burgundy. But I used it a couple times to advertise my. If you go to my page, you'll see them, on the thumbnails. Okay, there's Nikki. Okay. I wondered what happened to you. I wasn't sure if you were still here or not. I'm glad you're okay. Yeah, I got something to eat too. I have to get blood work done soon, and I have to do it fasting, so I gotta remember whatever day I choose not to eat the night before. That's a bad habit of staying up late and eating late. I can't do that because I have to fast forward. But I was thinking tomorrow was Monday, but tomorrow is Sunday. So I had my days all mixed up. All right. So we got a code room. Let's see here. Okay, I'm in. I have not heard from Jennifer, so I'm not sure where she's at the moment. She might be doing something with her daughter. So we can go ahead and start another sprint. 30 minutes. Reset it to 30. All right. I'm going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. Now, do I write or do I keep doing this story Bible? Charlie says, yay, he has the chapters in the video and the end cards. Great job. I saw a video where you can create, it shows you how to create your own, end, the end card or whatever they call it, where you could put your subscribe, has your subscribe, usually circle, and then you could put different videos, and you can make ones, specifically for yourself. But I'm not sure exactly how to go about it. I copy notes down on it, but I'm not sure how to actually set that up. It's something I'm not really sure about. But that's good. So he's been working on that for quite a while. I don't know whether I want to just write for a while, or edit for a while, or something else other than story Bible for a while. I'm getting a little tired of the story Bible. Ooh, sorry about that. Nicole says she has 5,800 words more for today. It's quite a few. Charlie says, I don't know what I want to do now. I might take the rest of the day off. I still don't feel very good and I am sneezing more. Sorry to hear that. And your energy levels are very low. Well, you're very, very busy. I don't think you probably get a lot of rest time. Sometimes rest is what you need to get over something. And since you're always busy, you're not giving your body time to rest. Sometimes you just have to take some days and take it easy. I know that's hard because you're a very busy person. Um, but yeah, I agree with Heather. You might just need a few days and just lay down and let your body recuperate. Don't push it. Let it rest. That's why I always feel run down myself because I have sleep apnea. So even if I'm sleeping, I'm not getting any sleep, and it's really hard, really hard. Uh, I understand that too. Rest well and I worry and ruminate. I do that too. My mind just won't shut up. It just keeps going and going and going. Slept for 14 hours last night. Wow. I sometimes sleep that much and it doesn't do me any good because I'm just constantly waking up with the sleep apnea. So it's like not getting any sleep And like I sit here and I fall asleep doing, just sitting here watching the computer, or I don't, if I sit down and watch TV, I know I'm going to sleep. I have to take medicine, and nebulizer, and I sit down, and as soon as I sit down and try to take the medicine, I'm falling asleep, and I can't keep the thing in my mouth where it has to be to get the medicine, and I can't stay awake, and that's not very good because it doesn't help. Yeah, I understand that completely. Nikki says she does too, sleep apnea. Yeah, okay. Well, I had the BiPAP, which is the other one. I had several of them, and I just was having issues with it. So for the last 4 or 5 years, I haven't used it, and that's the problem. It got worse, and I ended up in the hospital. And they said that if I don't get this breathing sleep apnea under control, right now I have congestive heart failure. It's still mild, but if I don't get it under control, it's going to get much worse, as well as other issues, because that's what sleep apnea does. And so I'm waiting for Medicare to get off its ass and give me a machine. So I am, I sit down, I fall asleep right in the middle doing something. I'll fall asleep. So I'm afraid to drive now because it'll happen when I'm driving. I'll just fall asleep. So I'm waiting for a new machine. Called the doctor's office. They haven't responded. So I don't know what's going on. But Medicare has been a real pain during this whole thing. They don't want to, they got their own rules. They don't like to do things, and they drag things out. And they really don't care about people's health. I mean, I'm still in a pretty bad shape. Need to get this, the cardiologist is like, you need to get the CPAP and get back on that. You need to get this under control, because right now it's part of the problem why I can't think either, because there's no oxygen to my brain. I'm not getting the oxygen in my brain that it needs. And hopefully it's not permanent. Hopefully it's reversible. But they're taking their time, and I can't do a thing about it. Nikki says you need to use the machine. It will help you so you won't feel that way anymore. Well, that doctor is so irresponsible. Yeah. The other doctor told me that I need to get a new doctor if this one doesn't do something soon. I had the other machines, but they weren't working. But instead of trying to find a mask that would fit on my face, they just ignored the whole thing. And I kept telling them I need something else. I said, children have sleep apnea. Get me a child's mask. I have a very small head. My hands are small, my feet are small. They're child size. And, it's like I told them, I says, get me a child size mask. So when I get to the test, okay, Charlie, well, I hope you start feeling better. Take it easy. Thanks for stopping by. Good night. Oh yeah. I deal with Medicaid too. They don't care. I mean, to them it's nothing. It doesn't mean anything to them at all. They make it, you know, take forever. This should have been done. And I told the doctor, and you know, I didn't tell him that, you know, I was going to look for another doctor, but if he doesn't, you know, do something. Now this time he orders, so he orders a child's mask. They had it there, but they didn't bother to find out that I'm a mouth breather. And as a mouth breather, I can't use a certain type of mask. So they didn't bother to find that out. They just ordered a child-sized mask. So he half did the job. He got me this child. It was cute. It was a little giraffe. But as a mouth breather, I couldn't wear it. I needed one that covers my mouth. And so they found, you know, searched through and found an adult mask that covers the nose and the mouth, but it doesn't, if it covers my whole, I can't see, where is that? If it covers, you know, over the nose, over the nose here, it hits my eyes. So I need a full mask, but I can't have it that high because it hits my eyes and they hurt. So this one comes up and it covers just this part of the nose. So it's full and then it covers your mouth. So I was able to sleep with it. And so it's been 3 weeks now and I'm still waiting. And I called the doctors and they didn't bother to call me back. So I don't know what they're doing. I had a super extra small, the extra small mask, adult mask, and it was still too big for my face. I can't. I have a very small head, hands, and feet. They're all child size. So they finally decide, okay, we'll listen to you. Because I told the other doctor, and he said, oh, that's silly. He said, of course they make child size masks. And there should, you know, that shouldn't be a reason why, you know, you can't have a child-sized mask. So they did order one, but it didn't do a whole heck of a lot because I'm a mouth breather and I need to have my mouth covered. So that one didn't work. But even extra small adults too big for me. Now this one was a small, but the way it was made comes up over your nose here instead of up here. Because up here it was always in my eyes and it hurt. So I can't wear these things. And, you know, nobody listened to me. Very aggravating. And of course the government's taking its time. First they told me I've had sleep apnea for 15 to 20 years. And it's been documented in all my insurance companies, and they all gave me, you know, the machine and whatnot. And I get Medicare, and they're like, oh, you don't have sleep apnea. What do you mean I don't have sleep apnea? Well, Medicare has its own set of rules, which is different from everybody else. So by every other insurance company, yes, I have sleep apnea. But according to Medicare, I do not because they have their own rules. I got started getting upset, and they're like, hold on, we'll talk to the doctor and see what we can do. So I don't know what went on. They sent me in, they had me do the CPAP, sleep there the whole night with the CPAP, which I just told you about the mask problem. And, you know, I slept through the night. I felt, you know, fairly decent the next day. And I haven't heard in 3 weeks. So I'm still suffering. It seems like all I do is sleep. If I'm not on here trying to keep myself awake, and that's interacting with people. If I'm on here myself, just reading an email or listening to videos, I'll fall right asleep right in the middle. Sitting up. No, medium would not fit because it would cover over my nose and mouth and into my eyes. Can't use a medium. The small was difficult enough. I wore extra smalls. I use several different kinds. I've tried a lot of masks. And there are a ton of masks out there. There's got to be something that they can find that works. Well, this sprint's almost up and I haven't done a darn thing. Yeah, shipping envelopes addressed in pencil. We'll go over them with a black Sharpie and erase any striped pencil marks. Used to do that a lot when I worked in a grocery store about 25 years ago. That's actually a pretty good idea. My handwriting is atrocious myself. Never thought about doing that. It's a great idea. You're starting to see them again. I'm not sure what you're starting to see again. Handwritten signs. Okay. Well, that I did not get much done at all. That was pretty much useless. She got them all addressed. That's a good thing. I have to remember that if I ever have to. I usually just end up scribbling and making such a doggone mess. Never even thought about writing it with pencil and going over with a Sharpie and then erasing it. That's a good idea. There was a particular way we had to write E's and other letters. I still write my E's that way. It's funny how we pick up certain habits. I'm not sure who's left. How did everybody do? Like I said, I basically didn't do anything during that. I looked at my document and I tried working a little bit, but Grammarly right now is not working right, and I don't know, it must be a setting or something that's not right, and I don't know what it is. So I can't figure out where the error is because it's usually highlighted and it's not. Great, Nikki. 70 words that time. That's wonderful. It's more than you usually have been getting, so that's an increase. It's a good thing. I know you still have a lot of words left. And if you're using midnight as your end time, it's almost here, so might be hard to get that many words in 2 hours. Yeah, we can do another sprint. I mean, I don't know how many people are going to join us, but yeah, go ahead and set up another spread. Got to do something this time. Now I can't just sit here and, yeah, make it for 30. No one's complained about 30, so make them 30. I prefer 30 myself. 5,730 more words. Ugh, that's a lot. That's the one thing I hate about Red Nano. On the camps, you can set your limit to what you want it to be. So if you think you can only write 30,000 words, then you put 30,000 words as your goal. You're not trying to make 50, but this one you have to make 50 or you don't make it. And I just think that's lousy. Heather says for sure it's interesting how you put it up. Yeah. And what sticks with you over the years. You remember setting your goal at 20,000 words when? For November? Because November you can't change it. It's 50,000, no changes. During camp you can put in anything you want. 30, 20, 10, 5. That's what I like about camp, is you can actually change the goal. But November, they have never let you change it. It's always been 50,000 for November. All right, first, get this in. Come on. I guess I'm in there. Didn't tell me I'm not, so I guess I am. Yeah, if you're talking about November, you can't change it. It's 50,000. There's no way of changing it. But during camp, April and July, you can set your goal to anything you wanted to. So I would usually set it for 20 or 30,000. And if you set it early enough, if you change it, you want to change it, you have to do it like in the very beginning. So let's say I set it for 30 and I thought, oh man, I'm not going to make it. If you'd set it early enough, you could go in and change it. But if you wait too long, you're stuck. So you have to kind of figure out, how many words you really think you can write. But yeah, if you're talking about November, you can't change it. It's 50,000 words, which is one of the things that I really hate about November. And in the beginning, when I first started this in 2004, they didn't have camps. So you can only do the 50,000. And most of the time, I did not even start, or I started and stopped and never made 50,000 words. I've only hit 50,000 words a few times. That's too many for me. I'm a short story writer. I'm not really good with this long stuff. So I'm struggling with it now. All right, let me set the timer. I'm going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. I think that's what I did. I changed it early. Yeah, but it doesn't work on November. You can't change it. There is no changing. It's a flat 50,000 words. You can only change it in July and August. Got a choice then. You choose whatever you want. This last time I did it with hours, and they used to let you do it by hours. Now they don't let you, but I did it. I just figured out how many minutes was in. I was going to do X amount of hours a day, how many days that was for the month, and how many minutes that was. And I put that down as my total at a really low amount. It's like 5,000 or something like that. And it let me use the counter. So it did work. But it looks a little weird to have like 5,000 on there as your goal. But I didn't want to do it by words, and they used to let you do it by hours. But not the November. November is strict 50,000 words, period. Always has been. Yeah, July's nano. I think that's what you're thinking of, because then you could set it anywhere. And if you change it early enough, you can change it. After a certain date, they won't let you change it anymore. Right now, November, you're doing a 50,000 or where you don't make it. No choice. I mean, it was nice that they set up the camps and let you do that. So at least you can feel like you won a couple times a year. Because 50,000, some people just can't do, like me. It's hard for me to do that many words. This year I'm doing it. But that's only because I wrote this thing in July and I just kept on working on it. But then I rewrote it, so some of it's changed. Yeah, it is pretty stupid. But that's the way they set it up. 50,000 word goal, that's all there is to it. And in the beginning, like I said, there were no camps in the beginning. You had November only, 50,000 words, period. And if you didn't make it, you didn't make it. And some people take that very seriously. It really bothers them. I know in the beginning it bothered me because I even recently, yeah, okay, you can't do it either. You have way too much going on. I just, it's like, why should I even bother doing something I know I'm not going to be able to do? And then it makes me feel like a loser, because either you win or you lose. There's no middle there. It's win or lose, win or lose. That's what I hate about November. I like being able to set my own goal and then maybe I'll make it, maybe I won't, kind of thing. But their original one was just November and it was always 50,000. I'm like, I'm not a 50,000 word person. I'm a short story writer. I don't write 50,000 words. The fact that I actually came up with this one, and I think I have, I'm definitely going to make it, and I definitely have enough words. It's going to be over 50,000 words, but that's unusual. It's not normal. I had to figure out what's wrong with my word. Why the Grammarly's not working. There it is. Ah, there it goes. It's not a big deal, Nicole. Don't worry about it. Okay. Another sprint done. How do we do? I did some editing on my story. I got some of it so screwed up. It was funny. When I tried changing the storyline, there's lots of areas that have to be fixed. And I have to be careful with it because I have to remember what was the new story, what was the old story, and I have to take some of that out of there. So bits and pieces I'm slowly taking out. Each time I read, I catch a few more. Okay, our tree is done. So how'd you guys do? I didn't get anywhere with the story Bible this time. There's a lot of work to doing that. And I can see why people do that before they start writing, not in the middle of it. Though it's mostly for world building, you can use it for regular stories. Like I said, for keeping, information straight, and that's, what I'm doing. I know Scrivener has some things built into it, I think, that help keep that kind of information. So if I learn how to use Scrivener, I may be able to set that stuff up in there and not have to do this. Because it was a little confusing. So that's what I did. So how did the rest of you do? Nikki got 196 words. It's one of your better ones, isn't it, Nikki? I got some words this time. Not enough to worry about counting them because I also deleted some stuff, so kind of evens out. We seem to have lost Jennifer somewhere along the way. I don't know if she fell asleep somewhere or not. I haven't heard from Tamama lately. Or did she say goodbye and I missed it? I'm not sure. We had Heather and Nikki. And obviously somebody signed in. They just aren't saying anything. Good. I'm glad it was one of your better ones. That's good going. Let's see. Heather says, I looked all through the nano site. Maybe I was thinking of July, but it does seem to me that I had set up my November goal here early on the main site. I think I confused myself and created the goal with the wrong site. it's possible you set it up for the wrong date, not realizing it, because the dates were still available for July and April. So it's possible you set it up on the wrong one. It's net November, I'm telling you, is definitely a set 50,000 word goal. You don't get a choice. Anyway, I also added my usual image for my streams for next week. Okay, that's good. Which reminds me, yeah, I've got mine set up too. This Saturday. Uh, Tuesday's my normal. Tuesday, Thursday, and Fridays are my normals. Today was a add-on. So I still have set up my streams still. Nikki says she still has 5,534 more words for today. Do you normally get closer to your goal each day, or are you behind for a certain reason? Is this just something that happened, or are you always running behind? Like, is there a chance that you're going to catch up? Oh, you gave me the code, didn't you? I better put it in before it disappears on me. Okay. Sometimes it's hard. All right, Nikki. No problem. They actually screwed the site up when they created a new site. They took the camp and combined it with the regular site, which really confused a lot of people. Plus, it wasn't set up right, so it's not working right. It hasn't since they did that. I mean, it took me one day I'd sign in and it would say that I could sign it up for, I was signing up for November, and I put everything in. I put in a picture. I put all the information in, and then the next day I go back and it wouldn't be there and it wouldn't let me set it up. And I'm like, what is going on? And I wait a few days and I go back and then I try doing it again. Now, the closer it got to the day that it was going to start, it started giving me the option of setting up for November, this November. And I had to start it all over again. So, yeah, they were separate sites before, and now they're one, and it's people are just aren't happy about the whole thing. So, what's the matter? Did something happen, or are you just responding to the fact that they screwed everything up? It's been a total mess. Oh, yeah. You go on one day, it's there, and you go on the next day, it's gone again. And it won't let you set any dates up. The dates weren't there. Then you go in the next day, and you set it all up again because now it's working. And you put it in for April of 2020, November 2020. And you add your picture and all the whole thing. And then the next day, it's gone again. It's like, what is going on? It's not just me. I mean, I wrote to them a couple times because other people were having the same kind of problems. It's and people were having other problems that I didn't have. I mean, it was ever since they changed the site, they messed it up. I know they're not for profit, but surely they can find someone who can fix that site so it works decently. There's maybe I'm glad I didn't really do this. Well, if you didn't do it, then maybe you might be glad you didn't really do it, because a lot of people aren't doing it anymore. They say they're doing nano, but what they're doing is their own thing. They're not going to the website anymore because the website is screwed up. So when they say they're doing nano, they're doing the technique. They're doing the program that they set up, but they're not doing it on the website. They're not using the tracker or anything. They're just keeping track in their own way. And they don't care if the thing tells them they won or they didn't win, because it's just too much to deal with. So, I mean, I've been watching this for the last couple of years since they changed the site. I can see, and I've been listening to the people on Authortubers talking about it, and a lot of them have just stopped interacting with the site. They're doing their own thing. Now, I did still interact with the site, and currently, right now, as far as I know, it still says that I'm doing it for November 2020. And everything is still there. And the tracker is working. You used to have to verify. So you would have to take and put in your document into a verifier, which they, program they set up to count the minute, how many words, before they would, say, okay, you won, you got 50,000. You would have to put a document in there. And they stopped doing that because, well, it's a good thing, because they can't even do a simple thing right now. So you have heard the same thing. A lot of people are not doing it through the site. So they're still going, I'm doing nano this year and talking about it, but they're not using the nano site. They're not really doing, it through nano itself. But it's not like they're taken away from it. I mean, they still consider it doing nano, but they're just not using the site. And if you don't use the site, you don't get the prizes. But the prizes are like half off of, different programs. And, you don't do so many of that. Do you remember doing that? Copy and pasting portions of your document in? Yeah. Luckily, you don't have to do that. Well, the first year, after the change, when I hit on camp, I hit the goal I set. It said, oh, you won, and I got all the prizes and everything right then and there. And then the next time I did it, I didn't get that. And I wrote to them. I said, what's going on? I won. Why isn't it, letting me, know that I won? And they said, oh, it did. It turned your thing purple. I said, huh? My line was purple. So that means I won. Am I supposed to know this? How? Yeah, that copying and pasting thing was a pain, and especially if you wanted to make sure someone really wasn't getting your document, you had to go in and change, go in and copy, control find letters and change them so that they weren't, the actual words. You couldn't really read it. They were screwed up because some people didn't believe them when they said that they couldn't really read the documents. They thought they were taking their word. Yeah, it's been quite a few years now since we had to do that. Yeah, last couple of years have been nothing but trouble. And like I said, I even wrote a couple of times myself. And like they don't know. And like I said, there's got to be somebody that can fix this site. And like I said, I know they're not for profit and they don't have money to pay somebody. But there's got to be somebody out there that can volunteer to fix their site. I mean, they may have to redo it, but if they want to keep going and not lose everybody. So far, everybody's still saying they're doing nano, even though they're not using the site. But eventually, it might just stop. The whole thing might just disappear. And it's been around a long time. I hope Nikki's all right. She hasn't come back yet, I don't think. But I still use the site. I complain about it all the time, but I still use it. I track all my words on it. Most of the stuff, the prizes, I have no interest in. Last year I got so many 10 free days of Dabble Writer, whatever the heck that thing was called. And then half price off if I wanted to buy it. And they kept bugging me about it. They're still bugging me about it. That was in July or August, July or April. And I said, I'm not happy with your program. I said, you have no documents, to help, no help documents. I don't understand how this works. You pay a good bit of money. You're getting tired. I might not last too much longer, you say. Well, I understand that. I'm not sure where you're at, but it's 11 o'clock where I'm at. I've had times where Jennifer's disappeared on me, and hours later she'll pop up and say, oh, I'm sorry, I fell asleep. And then she took a nap and came back. She usually says something if she's leaving, so I'm surprised I haven't heard from her at all. So I don't know what happened to her. And to Mama didn't say anything about leaving that I know of, but I may have missed it because there was a lot of stuff on here. I'm not sure who's still here. I know you're here. Nikki's here, but she's getting water at the moment. Oh, you're in Florida. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm in Jersey, southern Jersey. Farm country. Sometimes when I'm running like super late, this is an early one because I started at 5. Usually I start later and I get a lot of different time zones and I get people from, different areas. I had Australia, I had New Zealand, I had Germany. I am in a place called Williamstown. We're right across the river from Philadelphia. Where I used to live, we were like 6 miles by the crow flies, across the river from Philadelphia. If you didn't have to go the highway and all that. I mean, it's a lot of highways to get over there and into Philly. I stay away from there. Now I'm a little bit further away, but I'm basically across the river from Philadelphia. Well, that's like, I think Nikki, I'm not sure if it's North Carolina. She's on the East Coast. Jules, Abigail, they're all East Coasters. Charlie's Central in Missouri, so he's an hour behind. Jennifer's California, so it's still early out her way. I don't know what happened to her. She just kind of disappeared. So this is an odd day for her. She comes to my regular ones all the time. So I saw a few people showed up because Abigail was here and then they disappeared. And Abigail left. I don't know if there's other sprints going on right now or not. Oh, I better not. If I do that, I'll keep forgetting and can't do that because I'm on the same computer. Before I had 2 computers, now I'm doing it on one. So if I turn on YouTube, you're gonna, oh no, I can go to YouTube, it won't make any noise. Wonder if there's people. All right, so we got mine. Meadow is streaming now. It doesn't appear to be that many. At least not showing up. I don't. I don't think they show you if you're not subscribed. Hmm. It's really interesting with everyone spread out all over. It's weird if someone had an issue and didn't let you know what's going on, if they're coming back or not. And usually they do say something, so I'm not sure what happened. I know Jennifer's fallen asleep before on me and come back and said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I fell asleep." And then the subscriber thing, I don't think they show you if you're not subscribed. I don't think they show you who else is actually sprinting. Now I was just on there, according to my thing, it says 3 people. There's not 3 people. There's 2 people. There were 4 just a little while ago. Wonder if Nikki's coming back or not. I know she's got a disability. I don't know how long it takes to get water. I get somebody. They come in. They're always here early. When I go to my page, it'll say 1 person waiting. And then when the thing comes on, the sign's on, they must be just somebody that wants to use the sprints, but not chat or anything, because they never say anything. 1 person there, and no one will say a word until somebody I know actually shows up and says something. So it's like, there are people coming in and just sprinting but not saying anything. Because if you don't do the chat, you don't have any idea who is or isn't there. Now I'm back up to 4 again, it says. So either people are getting kicked off and signing back on, or going on and off. Or maybe it's counting me. No, I didn't sign in. I just looked at the front page. I didn't sign in tonight. It just says I'm streaming right now. And Meadow streaming right now. Hmm. I don't know. According to that, I have 4 people here. Are you waiting for another sprint? I mean, I could start one. I don't know what happened to Nikki. She went for water, but she's been gone a long time. If you want to stream, I'll start another sprint. I was surprised the other day. I looked at my numbers and I had like 128 now. I was amazed how much it jumped. I just did that 100 subscriber thing a couple weeks ago. I feel like I'm all alone in here. Nobody's answering me. Most of the time it doesn't bother me, but sometimes I'm like, oh, I'm all alone in here talking to myself. I guess I'm going to start a sprint because I want to. Yeah, you want me to start one? You're not, because you're nodding off? All right, I'll start one. Maybe Nikki will come back. All right, 30. I'm setting it for 30. That's what I usually do. And we'll start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, now you think you need to go to bed. All right. Good night. Have a good night. Okay, if you don't fall asleep, you'll be back. Okay. Good night. There you are, Nicole. I wonder what happened to you. I went ahead and started a sprint because it was getting late, and Heather and I were just sitting there. And then she decided to go and see if she could sleep. So I started another sprint. So you can go ahead and start the tree if you want. And we'll just, you know, because there's still 22 minutes left in the sprint. You can do whichever is easier for you. It doesn't matter to me. I'm working on my story again. I kind of stopped the story Bible for the time being. I need to work on it again. But I need a break. So now I'm editing my story. Alrighty. I got a little bit of writing in. I'm not sure, Nikki. It's going on 12 o'clock, but I'm not exactly tired yet. And I know I'm not planning on getting up early tomorrow. And since I'm not streaming tomorrow, I don't have to worry about getting up to worry about streaming. So I'm not in a hurry to go to bed at this point. I mean, if you want to go, you can go. Well, I mean, obviously I can't stop you. Or you can stay and sprint with me. It is certainly up to you. It's weird. It says there's 4 people here, but I don't know if there's actually 4 people here or not. See what it says on here. It says there's 4. I wonder who's here. Because they don't count me. So they would count you. I mean, Jennifer never said anything. She may have fallen asleep, possibly. Tamama suddenly disappeared. If she said goodbye, I don't know that I saw it. Everybody else just disappeared. There were a couple people that said goodbye, but for the most part, the rest disappeared. This says there's 4 people here. So either we got 3 people that are just, lurking and writing with the sprints, or the people that were on before that disappeared never signed out. They're just signed in, which could happen too. It doesn't tell me on here, so I have no way of knowing who's here. Yeah, 4 viewers. You're not keeping me up. I'm not going anywhere yet. I am not ready for bed yet. So you're not keeping me up. You can either stay here, or if you want to go to Meadows, go to Meadows. Huh. That's your choice. You are free to go wherever you want to. So what do you want me to do? Do you want me to start another sprint? Or are you going over to Meadows? Well, then stay here. I'm not making you go to Meadows. If you don't want to go to Meadows and you want to stay here, that's fine. stay here. Only you can make that decision. I can't make it for you. You want to stay here? By all means, stay here. We'll start another sprint. We'll get some more writing done. You're not making me do anything. I'm not going to bed, so I'm going to sprint whether you're here or not. So if this is where you want to be, then please stay here and we'll continue. You want to do 20 minutes? We can do 20 minutes. It's not a big deal. You feel up to doing the tree or you just want to do the 20-minute sprint? You don't have to do the trees either if you don't want to. That's a Jennifer thing. I just go along with it because I like getting the things. Oh, you already set one up. Okay. Let's see. Jennifer has to do trees. We always have to do trees with Jennifer's around. All right. 3. Keep hitting the wrong thing. G. W. T. 3. Oh, 3 G W. 3 G W T. Yeah, something's wrong. Or is that 2 B's and not a W? I didn't think of that. Maybe that's 2 B's. Looks like a W to me. To 2 B's. Try that way. That's what it was. With my glasses, I still can't see. Okay, great. We got a tree, 20 minutes. Timer. I have to reset it because it's set for 30. 20. All right, we're starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it took me, I looked at it and it looked like W, so I typed in W and it's 2 V's. I will see you back in a little bit here. I'm going to mute this because I might be making some noise. I forgot to unmute myself. Sorry about that. I got some writing done. Found some things that I thought I got rid of. I'm still finding things from the old story in there. I have to read this very carefully because I'm finding stuff in there that I thought I took out. Did you get any writing done this time, Nikki? Oh, hi, Lamini. How are you? Are you here to write? You missed our guest. That was early this afternoon. That was at 5 o'clock. From 5 to 7, I had a co-host. She's published author. And then she had to leave. So I've been sprinting since then. Oh, no, you were ill. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad you're feeling better now. Nikki, you didn't give me a number. I'm gathering you didn't write anything last time. Am I right? You came home ready to write and edit. Very good. That's wonderful. Let's figure out what Nikki's doing here. Nikki, are you on the right? Are you staying? Monique says I've been dictating my writing and I'm cleaning it up and editing. I hear a lot of people say they do that and it works faster. I've never tried it. to be honest, I've never tried it. I've always done it the old-fashioned way, writing with my fingers. Nikki, did you make a decision on what you're doing? Okay, Nikki, very good. I thought I lost you. 97 words that time. Oh my God, I got myself so confused. Well, you ought to be trying to do what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm doing the same thing. It's like I thought I took this stuff out. I'm still finding things that don't belong there and they don't make sense. So, Monique says I had to learn new ways because I'm on a deadline. Okay, well that sure doesn't make it easier. Your book is due to KDP in 2 weeks. Well, I can't remember, Monique, if you do the Forest app or not, but we do. You can do it if you want to or not. I can't remember. The code is on the screen if you do. I can't remember everybody, so sometimes I do forget. Okay, yes, you do. We've been doing 30 minutes mostly. You want 30 or 20, Lamini? What did I do this time? QYTP. It's not working. Yeah, there's something wrong with the code, Nikki. Make it 30 and try a new code because there's something wrong with that one. I tried it too. I can't get in. So neither one of us can. 5,437 more words to go tonight. Oh, wow. You got a long night ahead of you, Nikki. You got a new code? Jennifer was here doing the codes earlier. Then Nikki started doing them, and Jennifer's disappeared. I have no idea what happened to her. It's not 5, it's S. All right, back up to the number up there. 7S. All right, that one worked. All right, we're both in. She set it for 20. I guess we're doing 20. Right, let me set the timer. Let's start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Don't forget to start it, Nikki. Good girl. Yeah, I put it on. Can you hear noises? Because I tend to forget to unmute myself. If you can hear my fan and it's bothering you, I can turn it back off. It's just I may forget to turn it back on. This seems to be the thing I'm doing. If it bothers you, though, I'll mute it again. You just may have to somehow let me know. I don't know how you let me know, but I tend to forget. So if it bothers you, let me know. I'll turn it off and I'll just have to try and remember. Okay. Yeah, if it bothers you, let me know. I do have the fan running, so I don't know how much noise is being picked up. It's hot up here. Okay. So I got a couple hundred words written this time. I did delete a few. There's a few areas that I deleted, but I have to break these super long paragraphs up. So I have to insert other things in between. I'm doing a police interrogation and he's telling a story. Well, it's like, you know, I've got all these long paragraphs and I need to break them up and try to break them so that there are actual paragraphs where the information is the same. I was kind of just rambling along. So that's where I stand. I actually got a few hundred words written, a few things deleted, but mostly I was writing more. I added some more to the story. So how did you guys do? I need a more comfortable chair. This thing's driving me crazy. So uncomfortable. Maybe one of these months I'll just buy me a new desk chair. Something that's more comfortable than what I got. Okay, so Nikki got 61 words that time. Okay, you're still making progress. Lamini asked me, is this a book that I'm working on? Yes, I am working on an actual book. It's the thriller that I was trying to write a while ago in July. July's NaNoWriMo. And actually, I'm rewriting it. So I'm taking what I want to keep out of it and then rewriting a bunch. So it's because I changed the story. There's a lot of stuff in there that I have to take out. And sometimes I miss it. So when I'm rereading it, I'll catch it. I'm like, oh, shoot, here's another spot. And then I have to add, you know, other stuff to make it make more sense. So it's a difficult project to rewrite. If I was doing it totally from scratch, it might have been easier. But between no outline and trying to take out what I want from the old story, it's a little bit harder. So that's where I am at this point. I've got, how many words do I have? I have 43,000 words on it so far. It's not done. The ending's not there. This is probably somewhere in the 2/3 mark. I just had the murders, and now we're starting the police investigation, and I have the research to go through that I did and try to put it in order because I don't know anything about, you know, police interrogations and all that stuff. So Lamani edited about 2 pages. She's up to over 45,000 words now. Good, doing good. We're all up there. We're all getting good amount of words in. This is the largest body of work I've done so far. It is for me too. And I mean, I don't know if it's going to actually end up being novel length, because I was thinking about maybe making it 2 pieces, but I may not have enough to make a second full book. So it may just make this an actual novel, because right now it's more like a novella. So this is the largest, for me too. How many words do I anticipate? I'm really not sure. I mean, depending on whether that one section ends up as the ending of this book or a second book, I hope to get at least 70,000 if I can, but I'm not really sure. Because I'm no good at guessing. I mean, I'm not used to writing long things like this, so there's some stuff in there that I have to fix and stuff that I'll be adding. And then maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it won't even be 70,000. I might be even less than that. So that's just a rough estimate. And I have nothing to base it on. Nikki says to hit 30K. Oh, I need 369 words. I think that's going to be my goal for tonight instead. Well, that's a good goal. I mean, that's much better than the 5,000 or whatever that you were talking about earlier, because that just seemed so, I'm sure that seemed upsetting, thinking that you had too much to go. So setting a smaller goal is much better, I think. Obviously, Lamonique agrees. And she says, my first novel, normally I write fiction, which is quite a bit shorter. I usually write short stories. So for me, this is quite a stretch. I've never written anything quite as long. Well, I think novellas are roughly in the 40 to 60,000 range, I think. Don't quote me on that. So, I think to be a novel would have to be definitely over 60,000. Okay, and that makes more sense that you write nonfiction and this is your first fiction. I was wondering about that, but I wasn't sure exactly what you meant. Yeah, definitely. I would say a novel is more in the 70,000 plus range. And that's a small novel still. I mean, there's a lot of novels that are well over 100K. But as far as novella, I'm guessing 40 to 60,000. And that's just a guess. I'm not absolutely positive. I looked it up one time, but I don't remember offhand what the numbers were. Okay, Nikki's got the code up there already. She's on the ball. No, oh, yours is part of a trilogy. Trilogies, I guess, can be smaller. Yeah, be a novella then. That's what I'm thinking. Mine might end up being just a novella too. But a part of a trilogy, I think them being novellas, if they're a trilogy, is probably more common than a super long. Although some people do write very long books and do series. So, I don't know a lot about series either, because I've never written one. I don't really know how to, because I know you have to try to weave things in order to get, the trilogy to the next part so that you can start and, that they're, attached, unless you're making standalones. I mean, some people make standalone trilogies. But if you want it so that it, one book follows the other, you got to You've got to build all that into it as you're going along. All right, let's see. Let me get this code in here. Let's see, 5XG 34 BU. Okay, I'm in. All right. Are you in, La Monique? La Monique? Get that right. La Monique. Are you in the, did you sign in the app? Okay. Nikki's being very efficient. I think she's in a hurry too. Okay. So she set it for 20 again. So I guess we're doing another 20. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Nikki, you forgot to start the timer. Nikki? I can't do anything from my end. She has to do it. I don't know if she stepped away or not. We may just have to wait till the next time. Oh, wait a minute. Well, that's fine, Nikki. If you are tired, then go to bed. It's not a problem. Don't worry about it. It's not a problem. If you're tired, go to bed. We'll see you another time. I stream quite often, so I'll be around. I'll set it next time. Don't worry about it. I won't worry about it now because we're less than 10 minutes on this, so I'll take care of it the next time. You go to bed. Good night. Thanks for being here. Oops. All right. Well, I looked up novellas. Oh, okay. You stepped away, but you'll be right back. Well, let me know when you're back because I looked up novellas and I found some information. I've been doing my medications slowly at the beginning of each one, each each what do they call it? Each session. I've been doing one of my nebulizer medicines. Okay, good. Um, I looked up novellas, and a novella is normally 17,500 words to 40,000 words, roughly. That's the rough count. Then they have what's called a novelette, which is 7,500 words to 17,000 words, which is more of a short story, really. Now, novels, they say loosely it's 40,000, though 50,000 is usually the minimum. So a novel is usually 50,000, and most novels are 60,000 to 100,000 words. So that's the framework there that I was able to find out while Googling it. So, I mean, if you have 45,000, I don't know what. Well, that could be, it says, yeah, a novel could be loosely 40,000, though most of them are 50,000 minimum, with the average being 60,000 to 100,000. Yeah, just barely, right? Just barely. So, yeah, I went ahead and looked that up. I was figure out, let me look it up and see what it says. But I didn't know that about the novel. That it's more a short story, really. So if you want a fancy name, I guess you call it. You've got at least another 5K to write tonight. Or to get to the limit. Yeah, we sneaked under barely. Because what I forget what I said I was at, 43,000 words. So hopefully, yeah, I could probably get it to 50,000. Or I could do the really loose thing and do 40,000, and then I'm almost there, or I am there. What did I say I had? I forgot now. See how well my memories were. I'm at 43,000, just over 43,000 words. So I am, if you want to go loosely, I am a novel already. Okay, not tonight. I was going to say that's a lot. That's a lot of words. It would take quite a few hours of constant typing to get 50. I mean, to get 5,000 words. I am at at 40,000. I have 43, so I am over the 40,000 mark. 7,000 to 50,000. I don't know if I have another 50, if I have another 7,000 words or not. I'm not good at estimating at all. So, okay, so we lost Nikki. Just you and I right now. And we can continue on. If you want to do 30, that's what I normally do. She suddenly started doing 20s. I don't know why. We were doing 30s. Congratulations. Well, thank you. You're almost there yourself, so. So you want to do 30 minutes or 20 minutes? I'll create a room. I got it open already. Oh, unless you got one, I've got a room code already. Just let me know. Well, I'll see you pop in. I got a purple wisteria tree. It's really pretty. You can do the next one if you want. Maybe you got some I don't have. I don't have a huge selection. I love this purple wisteria tree. Okie dokie. So let's get this 30 minutes started. I was going to write 30,000. That would have been interesting. Okay, we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, I got enough points to buy some more trees too. I got the lily the other day. I have to look through what's available, see what else. So I got quite, because I do that every night. I go to sleep, and if I wake up, I set it again. So 180 minutes gives me a 60 coins, and then I'll wake up, I'll set it again, I get another 60 coins. I do that every day. They build up pretty fast. Okay, now, let's see. I still have to finish my medicine, so I need to mute myself again.
All right. So what did you think of the wisteria tree? Isn't that pretty? Okay, so I did some thinking and I'm rewriting the piece I was working on for a good part of the night, which is the interrogation of the first person, which is the main character. He is suspected of murdering two women. He's not the only suspect, but he is definitely one of the suspects. So I decided I've got to try changing it up because it's a little all over the place. Not, isn't that pretty? I love that tree. Oh, wow, you did 1,000 words and some editing. That's a great, great amount. Good job. At that rate, you could get 5,000 in no time. Keep that up. So now I'm redoing that. I've done this section so many times, and it's really awkward and it's all out of order. I gotta figure out how to make it make more sense. And I have to break these paragraphs down because these paragraphs are huge. And you know, it shouldn't be that big. I've gotta cut the paragraphs down. It's bad enough the chapters is as big as it is, but gotta cut the paragraphs down so they're not so long and awkward. Sure, love to read it.
And you mean share my opinion? Oh, you want me to read mine? I didn't realize I read that. I thought you were asking me if I wanted to read some of yours. Well, I don't know where to. I mean, the part I'm working on now is really screwed up, and it's after the murders. So, I mean, I can read. Let's see where. Okay. All right. I'll read you this part because I have the main character is married and he's a philanderer. And then he has actually more than one girlfriend. The woman he's married to now was one of his old girlfriends. He married her after his wife left him. So I have a section here where he's going to meet the girlfriend. And he has no idea that his wife knew. Hopefully this isn't too long for you. Scott had woken up at his usual time of 5 a.m. He had barely slept all night, and he was excited, waiting to see how Kara felt about the special birthday he had planned for her. He usually napped, and when he could not get back to sleep, he would go down and turn on his computer and check to see if either girl was online. His time was full between work and two girlfriends, both of which were always asking for more of his time. Maybe two at the same time was a bad idea, but it was never dull. He had a cup of coffee and a bagel with cream cheese and dressed for work. He grabbed his backpack and the pink bag and ran out to his vehicle. He figured Sarah, that's his wife, was probably still getting ready for work, so now was a good time to sneak out of here with the bag and his backpack with his shorts that he would change into later with Kara. He jumped into his vehicle and pulled out and headed down the road. He quickly called Kara and wished her happy birthday again and talked to her about the special day he had planned. And now we switch to Sarah's point of view. Sarah had peeked over her door window and saw Scott come out with a backpack and a pink bag. Curious, she was thinking. What did he need the backpack for if he was going to work? Plus, he had the pink bag as well. Once he pulled out of the garage, Sarah quickly jumped into her car and backed out of her spot. She saw him approaching the end of their street and expected him to turn left. He turned right. Where was he going? She sped up and hurried to the end of the road so she wouldn't lose him. She turned right and left the car between them. What is Scott doing? He certainly wasn't headed in the direction that led to his work. Unless he was going to a work site first thing in the morning, which didn't often happen that she knew of, Scott almost always went into work. He only went out if a company called needing help, and Joe was already working on a work site and couldn't go. Joe usually did most of the outside work, and Scott rebuilt computers, repaired printers, and other work around the office, and only left if Joe needed help with the company he was working on or couldn't make it to the next appointment on time. There was only one company that Scott worked for directly, Manders Medical Goods. He did all their computer needs and repairs. However, Scott was driving up the highway in the opposite direction from there as well. He stopped at a little restaurant serving breakfast and ran in and came out quickly with a bag of food. He continued driving towards an area where they had just walked the other night. He liked finding new spots to walk, and she didn't complain because they were usually nice spots. This one had a beautiful red bridge that headed into a lush green forest area with lots of trails to walk on. They didn't talk. They usually didn't talk much anymore, but they were content with the area's quietness. She was perplexed as he pulled into the long dirt road that led back to the parking lot. She couldn't follow him in or even know for sure she was behind them. She hung back till she thought he had gotten into the parking area, which was to the left, and then followed him in slowly so she didn't kick up a lot of dust. As she pulled up next to his vehicle, he was shocked. He sure hadn't expected to see her by the look on his face, and it was obvious he was planning on meeting someone there. He had the bag of food, and he was just pulling out his backpack and a blanket. He meant to have a picnic with someone, and she doubted it was a man. So there was a girlfriend in their lives. She had called him, and he was going to take her to meet this new woman in his life. Well, Scott, surprised to see me? Something told me you were up to something when you took that pink bag with you this morning, along with a backpack. Since you left the house dressed for work, I gather you have a change of clothes appropriate for a meeting here in the woods. Please give me that teddy and whatever else you have for her. I want to give it to her myself. Scott stared at her and finally gave in. He handed over the bag with the teddy, and it contained the birthday card as well. Ah, so it is her birthday. How convenient, you got another gift for her. I gather she wears sexy lingerie. Oh, and $100 as well, just like the gifts you used to give me. Sarah, please don't make a scene. Can't we just leave and talk about this? What is there to talk about, Scott? You assured me that there were no girlfriends in our lives. This situation seems to prove otherwise. I want to meet this young lady who is messing around with my husband, and this is by far the loveliest spot you have ever found. Well, Scott, some young lady is about to get the shock of her life. How old is she, by the way? Sarah, please don't do this. It's not her fault. Don't ruin her birthday. Let's go, and I will call her later and apologize and tell her something came up at work. How old is she, Scott? I asked you a question. 25, Sarah. My God, Scott, she is young enough to be your daughter. Now you're robbing cradles. How did you meet her? She came into the store 5 years ago and bought a computer, and she started showing interest. And I thought, why not? So she's young. It doesn't bother her or me. You're 25 years older than her. I thought that you being 10 years older than me was a little odd at first. But 25? Look, today was supposed to be a special day for her. Do you have to ruin it for her? Listen, Scott, I'm tired of this whole girlfriend thing. I tried to ignore it because I know we did the same thing to Donna. But the problem here is that I love you, and I don't want to share you with anyone anymore. It's becoming harder to ignore all the time. Do you understand me? I love you, and not just like a sister kind of thing. For some godforsaken reason, I love you. I keep trying to tell myself that I don't, but it isn't working. I want to have your children too. I am 40 years old now, and I want to have a baby. I know you don't. You made that clear, but I want one. And if it can't be yours, then maybe I should be looking elsewhere. Or here's a thought. Maybe we should adopt your girlfriend. I am almost old enough to be her mother. Sarah, please, can we talk about this later? Why do you have to break her heart? If we stand out here much longer, she's liable to come out here looking for me. Scott, I meant it when I said I was going to meet her. This situation will be the end of the girlfriend stage or the end of us. Possibly, or both. Now move it. Put the stuff back into your car and let's go. Scott turned around and put the stuff back in his car, and with a pained expression on his face, he followed, oops, about to change the name there, Sarah to the little red bridge. They walked across it, chains rattling to announce their presence, and she saw Kara turn her head with an excited expression on her face. Kara was lovely, long dark hair, just like Sarah's own. She had been watching the lovely, colorful butterflies that were flitting around the flowers and bushes. The streams sparkled and glittered with the occasional sunshine that made it through the dense area surrounding this open spot. You could tell the whole place entranced her. Sarah looked her over. She was lovely and young. Couldn't forget how young she was. Kara wore a tight black skirt with a button-down blouse and high heels, even back in the woods. The lace on her bra peeked up above the top of her blouse, and Sarah imagined she was wearing a garter belt with nylons and matching lace panties. She knew what her husband liked. Kara was slightly overweight, just like she was. That obviously didn't bother Scott. Maybe she should go back to wearing sexy lingerie. Maybe she could catch his interest in her again. They had a great sex life as lovers. It all went downhill when they got married, and Scott came up with this crazy prenuptial agreement. Slowly, the excitement on her face turned to surprise. She knew Sarah from her pictures at the house when she visited there. She didn't move to greet them. She watched as they approached her, and Kara saw that Sarah had a pink gift bag in her hand. She didn't know what to think about that. Kara, Scott began and stopped. Sarah figured he had no idea what to say to Kara right now. Happy birthday sure didn't sound like a good idea. Kara, I'm sorry. I don't know what to say right now, but I am sorry. I didn't plan on this happening. Well, sweetie, Sarah said with a little laugh, Sky here seems a little tongue-tied. Let's get this over with as I have to get to work. I don't know what you were thinking, but this ends here and now or else. Kara, I'm sorry. She caught me leaving this morning. I thought she was still getting ready for work. Instead, she followed me all the way here. They didn't plan for this to happen. She found your birthday gift, which was obvious in the bright pink bag. Sarah opened the pink bag and tossed the sexy black teddy at Kara. Happy birthday, bitch. The teddy smacked Kara in the face and landed on the ground at her feet. Next came the birthday card addressed to Kara, and when Sarah tossed it, Kara ducked this time and backed up. It landed on top of the teddy. Scott is mine, not yours or anyone else's. Scott can leave with you if he wants. That is up to him. But I am tired of all the girlfriends. And honey, don't be surprised if you aren't the only one. There have been several occasions when he had two at one time. His wife just put up with it when he was dating me. But I am not about to repeat history. Think about this, Scott. One or the other. But if you choose me, you have to be prepared to give up your girlfriends. Sarah leaned over and picked up the teddy and held it up to herself. This is quite pretty. I think I will keep it for myself. Sarah shoved the teddy back into the bag, picked up the card, and put it in the bag and turned to Karen and said, Do you understand me? I can't hear you. Yes, ma'am, and I'm so sorry. I will never set my eyes on him again. Kara picked up her purse and left, practically running across the little red bridge and not looking behind her. Sarah watched her leave and smiled. Now, Scott, you got caught. I don't know how long this little relationship has been going on, but it is over now, and I mean it. How long have you been with her anyhow? Scott watched Kara leave a little sadly. 5 years, Sarah. I met her not too long after our wedding. It was just supposed to be a little fling, but I liked her. She was fun to talk to and to be with. It was just to be with, and you didn't seem interested in us anymore. Before we got married, you and I had what she and I have, or had anyway. Once we were married, you changed, and you no longer wish to have sex much. You gained weight, quit liking to wear sexy lingerie. I missed all that. So I found someone who was like you, who used to be. I'm sorry, but I can't exist without sex at least a few times a week. You simply chose not to have sex most of the time anymore. What was I supposed to do? I could go on, but so was it was interesting. I gather from what you read, what you wrote there. Yeah, right after the wedding. uh, she's just one. And the funny thing is, this is not totally untrue. This is kind of based on a real life situation. I mean, I added to it, needed to add to it, but I knew someone like that, and he needed more than one woman. You're excited. I'm glad you liked it. I've been really nervous about it. And somebody told me that me reading it, seems to add to the words, like putting the emotion and stuff in it. That they, because I belong to a live writing group in real life, and I've read it out loud to them, and they think that my reading is full of emotion, and then I put that into my reading, which helps the story along. Yours too. Yours is your life story, but they changed things and fictionalized to some. Yeah, that's what I did here. Only, and there were no murders. I mean, that part is totally made up. There could have at some point, but yeah, this is kind of based on loosely on loosely on nonfiction. I did make up, a lot of it, but I got the idea from something that really happened. Well, I originally called it a dark obsession, and then I called it, and then there was too many other things called that. I ended up just calling it right now. It's called Murder in Cove Bay. You don't exactly know if that'll be the actual title, but that's what I'm calling it now. And I made up this, it's based in New Jersey where I live, but I made up everything's fictionalized. I made sure everything that I wrote isn't really in New Jersey. I don't want it, even though I'm saying it's in the state of New Jersey. I made up a lot of stuff. So, I try to make up and make sure everything is fiction, that there isn't anything there that's real. Except for, I did mention Kate May one time, but just briefly in a quick sentence. It had nothing to do with the real part of the story. So it's not like I was saying something happened there or anything. So that was one of the. It goes on, she's busy telling him, how she can't trust him, stuff like that. there's some place, I don't know where it is, but I put in there when she said, when she was thinking about the fact that he did this, but right after they got married, and he says he walked her down the aisle, and then he jumped into another woman's arms. What a slap in the face. I'm glad you enjoyed it, because it's made me really nervous. I didn't know if it was any good. So I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you. I thought that was one of the, there's a lot of different parts, but I thought that was one of the better parts that I like about it. That's why I chose that part. I can understand about that. I have problems too. I've been sitting for quite a while. Yeah, I've been seeing those stand-up desks. A lot of people say they really like them. I'm not sure if I could stand that long. Well, of course, they do adjust usually up and down. Thank you. I'm glad you find it intriguing. I haven't even gotten to the murders. And I had to figure out how to do that. It was hard because I have point of views. So I have the husband, the wife, her father, and I thought, what do I do about these murders? Because I need someone to describe them. So I have a point of view who is the killer, unknown, because I'm not saying who the killer is. And that's what I named the point, in the thing, because each chapter has the name of the person. I just put killer, unknown. And then I wrote the murders from the killer's viewpoint. I didn't know what else to do. And I don't know if that is normal to do it that way, but that's what I decided to do. Hopefully it will work out when I finally get someone to actually read the whole thing. I hope that works out that way. Because I didn't know how else to do it. Yeah, I've heard people say they go back and forth between standing up and sitting down, because I can't do either for any length of time. And a really bad back. So that's one of my favorite sections. Originally, she was a point of view character, and I realized I had to cut out a lot of these point of view characters. So it was written differently. I had to redo it to be written the way it is. But I wanted certain things to be in there, so I had to figure out how I could get them in there. I am looking for someone to actually read it, because I was worried that it wouldn't. Well, I hadn't really thought exactly about tomorrow. Probably around 5 o'clock, I can schedule one for like, I don't know, 5 or so. Yeah, I was thinking about a beta reader, but somebody told me the story has to be completely finished for a beta reader. They said they have what are called alpha readers who could read it before it's even ready. Like a beta reader is supposed to be almost ready for publication, which obviously this isn't ready. I'm not even finished writing it. But I wanted somebody's opinion of the story. And so far, I'm up to just past the murders. So I was, wanted someone who wanted to read that part, up to that part, and then I would continue writing it if they thought the story was worth reading. Yeah, they were talking about it the other day, alpha readers. I said, I haven't looked it up myself, but they said that that comes before the beta reader, alpha beta. Um, so the story doesn't have to be all cleaned up like it would be for a beta reader. So you could get people to read it, at an earlier stage. Because I was trying to explain it to somebody. I said, it's not fully finished yet, but I wanted it to be, an idea. I wanted someone to read it and let me know what they thought. Is it worth going on? Do I have a sound story here? I would not mind sending it to you up until it wouldn't be the full story. It would be to just past the murders. And then, because I'm still working on the rest of it. If you would like to read, you've read some, well, you've heard some of it already. I can copy up to that point. I wouldn't have the ending. You would have to wait for the ending if you thought it was worth me to keep writing it. Because I'm looking for someone to give me their honest opinion. I don't want someone just to say, oh yeah, it's okay. I want someone to let me know what they really think, because I've never done this before. And, I want someone who will give me an honest opinion of what they think, and there may be some mistakes in there because I'm still finding some from where I switched the story. A few things I haven't caught. So there may be a few things in there that, may need to be marked, so that I can fix it. But if you're willing to do it, I would send it to you up to that point. I just copy it into a Google Doc, and I need your email address. Okay. If you do that, because I think it's email address to send the Google Doc. And then, and there are, like I already started to create one. Like the chapters aren't done right yet. I just have the name and time. The numbers aren't ready because I don't know how many, so like I put a little thing on there, things to look out for and whatnot. And I would, like I said, I would appreciate if you notice something, let me know. And honestly, do you think that it's worth me finishing? Does it sound like it, is interesting enough? Because, you may not. I mean, the ending may, of course, be different than what you're expecting. I don't know. But yeah, send me your email. I'll share a Google Doc with you. And then you can read it and let me know what you think. And don't sugarcoat it. Don't just say, yeah, you like it, because that's what I want to hear. I don't, I want the truth. Basically. Is this something you would want to read? Would you want to finish reading it? While I continue working on that part. So, yeah, exactly. If you see holes and or something that just doesn't make sense. And sometimes I'm still catching things that I didn't catch when because I wrote the story differently, and then I started writing, I copied it over and started taking things out, but there were some things that aren't in the right order, and I tried to catch all that. So, anything that you saw would be fine. It's around, I think it's up to around 26,000 just after the murders. I think I figured 27,000 words. It's a little longer than maybe, I mean, if that's too long. I'm pretty sure it's about 26 or 27,000 words up to that point. And it would end after the murders, because I still have to figure the rest of that out. And who's going to be the actual. I have an idea. And I just have to make sure that's what I want to do and how I want to write it. But if you're willing to, I would be very grateful. And any comments, anything you notice, I would, definitely be interested in. Because I'm not very experienced when it comes to writing this kind of stuff. I'm a short story writer. They're not very complicated. And there's a lot more work to these kind of things. So send me your email. I will make a Google Doc and I will share it with you. And you can either make a list. I think there's page numbers. Try to put page numbers on it. Because you can just, either put in highlighted areas so I can see them, or make a list on page numbers on what you think, something that you think is wrong, and that I overdo do it in some areas and not enough in other areas. That's one of my better parts. Thank you. I'm glad. Okay, I understand. Thanks for listening, and thanks for taking and reading it. I would really appreciate it. I really do. Thank you so much. So I will be talking to you. I will try to see about setting one up for tomorrow. I don't know, 5 or 6 o'clock. Something like that. I know you came in. What time is, or do you need something later? I don't know. I know you came in later. The time works better for you. I'll set a later time if I have to. Okay. Talk to you soon. Thanks a lot. Good night. 6 o'clock. We'll make it around 6 o'clock. I'll schedule it now. Good night. All right, so I'm currently alone. I think I'm going to write for a while longer. So I'm just going to set a timer. If somebody joins me, that'll be great. If not, I'll just write till I don't want to write any longer. Wow. I forgot I even said that. Now, let me set another timer in case I get off in another world again. startled me again. Almost 11 hours. And we got the document ready. to be shared. I just need this email address. And then I can share it. All right.